Здрасте, здрасте, здравствуйте. Привет, приятного стрима, привет, Дейзи. Кирилл, что ты на ютубчик залетел или что это ты? А как же твой твич? Всем здрасте, ребята. У нас сегодня второй день CitizenCon. Второй день. Лапшички поедим немножко. Не, ну может правда, все правда, может все правда, может правда. Надеюсь, все будет правдой. Вот, осталось 8 минут. Через 8 минут нам еще повесит таймер на 15 минут, наверное. И туда-сюда к 12, может, и запустят. А может, сегодня они лучше подготовились? И надеюсь, сегодня мы не 9 часов просидим, а поменьше. Во второй день как бы. Хотелось бы сегодня поменьше, конечно. Привет, ну чё, базы будут в 26-м? Да, базы должны быть в 25-м. А вот новые системы, Никс, Кастро, это уже 26 и дальше, наверное. Нам бы хотя бы с Пайер разобраться за следующий год со строительством. Поживем, увидим. В 26-м Сквадрон 42, может, выпустят уже. Вроде как так сказали. Очередной раз. Фантазер Крис лапшу доваривает, задерживается. Но сегодня пораньше, видишь? Пораньше. О, уже музло пошло. Все, лапша почти готова. Да, не у компа с телефона не работает Twitch, а на компе YouTube. Но лайки всегда жамкаю. И, кстати, лифты до сих пор не работают. А чего у тебя с телефона Twitch не работает? Это чего так? Наоборот же, Twitch адаптирован под телефоны. Он должен легко там запускаться. Лайкосики жать не нажимать, жмакаем, не забываем. Не грузит что-то, где я нахожусь, а YouTube грузит, вот ирония. А, в смысле антенна, мобильный интернет, я понял. Я думал, там уже еще какие качели с твичом начались. Какой CitizenCon? Текила и погнал.
Это вчера после первого дня все фанаты Star Citizen набухались вечером. И сегодня нужно было им подняться хотя бы в 9, чтобы добраться к 11:30 на CitizenCon. Все орут лапша, лапша, а сами в первые ряды с лапшой стоят. Все. Есть такое, Вадим, согласен. Сухофрукт, привет, привет, хорошего настроения, приятного просмотра. Привет, Вадим. Смотрю на тайминг на Твиче и на экран. Задержка 3 секунды. Даже 2,5 на Твиче. А на Ютубе 17 секунд задержка сейчас. Примерно 17-20 секунд. Ну, опять же, пока не начались сложные какие-то кадры. Да, 17 секунд на Ютубе, 3 секунды на Твиче. Может и лапша, но другого варианта у нас нет. Да, надо же как-то праздник провести, то есть выходной провести, да. Веря в лучшее. Надежда умирает последней. Ну что, повесят нам еще таймер на 15 секунд. Делаем ставки. То есть на 15 минут. Судя по звукам, в зале все сидят. О, кричат.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pre-show for day 2 of CitizenCon. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and we're back. We're back here in the UES Barbary, otherwise known as Hall B, otherwise known as Manchester Central, otherwise known, and this is where you're all going to cheer, as CitizenCon. Honestly, people ask what the better parts of my job is, and being able to just do some call and response with the crowd is probably it. Watch, I'm going to do it again. At CitizenCon! That's really quite cool. We are here in the general lounge of the UES Barbary, where I'm going to be sitting for most of today, because if you watched day 1, I made an ill-fated decision during the pre-show yesterday to attempt physical movement of any kind. Generally, I'm against it. If you consider physical movement of any kind past the age of 40, don't. But if you have to do physical movement at any point after the age of 40, my recommendation is to stretch at least once in 14 years. So yeah, we're here on day 2. Let's go over a little bit of day 1. Day 1, we saw the Brave New Worlds Genesis presentation. It was a fantastic look at all the new Planet Tech tools that will allow us to build planets like the newly revealed Castra Sherman. We checked in with the organization presentation. I know it's a social and universe, and it had all kinds of stuff, the party chat and all that stuff, but really for me, like, I was there in 2014 and met Benoit for the first time when he did the very first organization and presentation. And for the last 10 years, every other time I see that man, I'm like, when, Benoit? When's our time? When are the orgs coming to the game? And to know that they're finally in active development on their way to the precision universe is one of the more exciting things about Star Citizen for me. It's just, you know, we're all in these orgs. Everybody's in an org. There's med runners over there. There's ADI over there and stuff like this. But that's outside the game. To finally get these orgs inside the game is a major, major milestone that I've waited for so long. And yeah, it's not happening today or tomorrow, but it is in active development. We'll have more updates on that when we do our other shows, the ISC and the SAL, over the remainder of this year and well into next year. Then we had that cosplay contest. Who actually won? Who won the cosplay contest? It was that giant Pico, right? I forgot to check. I was unfortunately doing some other stuff, but I hope it was the giant Pico that won. But of course, Ken Shadow, last year's winner, was back and everything. I haven't seen Ken Shadow. Ken Shadow, are you in the building? Ken Shadow, if you're in the building, come find me in the general lounge. And then, what was it? Dress to Kill, finally making good at all those armor specializations. No, don't take my water. I need my water. You just don't bring back my water. I don't mind if it's a shot I have to drink. It's my water. He took my water away. But the return of the Valakar sandworm, we've been waiting for that since 2016, and I'll tell you, we did several playthrough tests over the last couple of years. Okay, they really wanted to move it out of shot. So I'll move it out of shot. Watching that thing in action, the players play it. It is devastating. It is deadly. It needs a lot of tuning, and I'll give you a little BTS. There was one playthrough that we couldn't use any of the footage from because its projectile spit was bright white. And I won't elaborate on that. You can use your own minds to wonder why we didn't use that. And then, of course, the Beyond Pyro presentation, where we finally got confirmation that Nyx is our next system, and the reveal of the Castra system pre-production. I'm going to talk, Ian, I know you watched the show. That's pre-production? Are you serious? Like, I've never seen pre-production look quite so good. So yeah, we're all really excited. And then, of course, the Squadron demo. Who saw the Squadron presentation?
У старого сушняк, да, Вадим?
Oh, yeah, okay, so I've been with the company for about a decade now. And for the first 9.5 years, I made myself a rule that Squadron I wasn't going to pay any attention to. I never went to the meetings. I didn't let people tell me about it. I wanted to preserve that for myself as a fan. And then several weeks ago, we started playthroughs of that. And I often say we have the same conversations you guys do, we have the same reactions you guys do, just a few weeks early, and that was very much what happened with the Squadron presentation. We'd get these big reviews in the studio, and we gathered everybody, so everybody could watch the playthrough on our big screen in the studio, and everybody could take notes about everything that needed to be adjusted and stuff. And it's been a heck of an experience over the last 2 months, really dialing that in and get that down. And despite the crashes that happened yesterday, a full, brand new playthrough is available on YouTube now. Rich Tyrer, I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, but I'm going to share it. Rich Tyrer left here, went straight back to the office, straight back to his computer, fired that thing up, and just played it, start to finish, 75 minutes without issue, recorded it, gave it to us, and said, "Get that on YouTube now." So Rich Tyler, fantastic player. Everybody, a round of applause for Rich Tyler, please. And I'm going to say that Legatus difficulty is no joke. Over the last 2 months when we were doing our weekly reviews, we had lots of players. Shout out to Tommy, who would play during these reviews and stuff. And Rich is an exceptional player at that. Those Vandal who were charging around McLaren were super lethal. And the turret section has full maelstrom destruction. So a lot of folks who were playing it, the turret would just explode. And yeah, you know, he fell down at the end, but other people would just explode out into space and have to restart. So Rich, you're a decent game director, but you're actually a really good player at that. And you made that Legatus difficulty look easy. So congratulations. So one of the cool aspects of CitizenCon every year is that every time I walk past somebody, it seems like they hand me something and are like, here, Disco, put this in your pocket. And this is a collection of the things that I've been handed over the last 24 hours. We've got, these are pins from an F-35 ejector seat. It's an F-30. I can't remember if it's an F-35 or an F-18. I know those numbers are not remotely close, but I'm very tired. But these were pins from an ejector seat. We've got a bottle opener. You can never come to a Star Citizen event without somebody handing you a bottle opener. Challenge coins. We talked about challenge coins last year. Atlas Defense Industries. This is one from CitizenCon this year. Different orgs. This was somebody's personal giant challenge bar, I guess. I'm not. These are all metal. These are really nice. And then patches. We love patches. Both Tyler Wicken, shout out to Tyler Wicken. Both Tyler Wicken and I have a huge board in our office where we collect all the different patches that folks give us. We've got Bar Citizen patches from all over the world, including one of my most cherished, a patch from Bar Citizen Iraq, where it was just 4 enlisted servicemen having their own Bar Citizen quite a few years ago.
Алекс, мы смотрим, когда нам кадры показывают уже игровые, там уже все понятно. А что он про чупа-чупсы и конфетки рассказывает, не сильно интересно. Если вам нужен перевод, вы можете пойти на канал Полиморфика или Джем ТВ, там у них с сурдопереводом должно быть.
Maybe. And then, of course, shout out to the Med Runners. I'll tell you, Med Runners, one of our favorite orgs in the game, dedicated just to helping other people. I ran into the Med Runners at breakfast this morning, and because I had a long, painful walk into the studio.
Привет всем, привет, Костя, как тебе вчерашний день? Ну, показали много чего классного и интересного. Вопрос в том, когда они это завезут в игру. Год-два или больше. День классный, много чего показали крутого.
I don't know what this says. I think this is the manufacturer. I think this is the manufacturer name. This is Gatak or I can't think of the name of the other one right now. And then this weird Copion thing. So how are we doing on time? Oh, the time's not up there. All right, so one more thing we do before we throw it to Dan and Sam. I wanted to do, back in CitizenCon, our first digital CitizenCon in 2021, I made the mistake of reading online comments after the presentation during the show. And there's nothing I like more than repeating the same mistakes of the past. So our lovely social media team, shout out to Galactica and Mickey, put up a thread asking for your comments about day one of CitizenCon, and let's go through and see some of what people said. Citizen of the Verse said, Castra, my new home. Lovely picture of Castra there. We've got Serious Fun says he loved the PU, that the PU got clarity on its next 2 systems and that the visual fidelity of Squadron 42 is off the charts. Oh, and that Zeus bomber jacket. I'm not wearing mine today. Who's got that Zeus bomber jacket on? Somebody come over here. This thing is amazing. I want to shout out 2 members of our marketing and merchandise team, Mandy and Kat, who led the charge to get the coolest jacket we've ever made based on an authentic M1A jacket.
Я думаю, в конце года будет, октябрь-ноябрь 26-го, потому что в эти месяцы самый высокий онлайн во всем. Фильмы, сериалы, игры — это лучшие месяцы, чтобы продавать. Если, конечно, не будет никаких выходов в GTA 6 в эти месяцы. Конкуренция как бы на продажу.
Okay, that's enough shilling for the merchandise. Rick Rate says his favorite thing was the worm and Sherman and this handsome guy.
Смотрю ваше предыдущее видео сейчас на телевизоре. Правда, что ли, что у Корсара передние 4 пушки и 2 тупо отключили? Не баг или не разобрался, как стрелять 6 орудиями, а не 4. У Корсара 2 пушки 5-го размера у пилота и 2 четверки, если крыло разложено, трансформировано. 2 нижние пятерки передали ко-пилоту. Теперь в 2 человека ты только сможешь стрелять так, как стрелял раньше одним человеком. Это уже вышло, 3.24.2. В конце концов, Корсар, он экспедиционный корабль, а не лучший ДПСник, как он был. Даже лучше любого комбата по ДПС. Как бы они это сделали не просто так.
We're not going to read that one. We're not going to read that one. You don't even know my mom. Okay. Uplink says, my favorite part was when the sandworm said, it's sandworming time, and then sandwormed all over those guys. We remember it exactly the same, Uplinks. All right, so that does it for me. I'm going to throw it to Dan and Sam, who I believe are over at the sim pits, and see what kind of hijinks they're getting into. Guys?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2. Woo! I'm Sam, and if you didn't meet me yesterday, I kind of do some voices and stuff. I also flew a carriage. But I am supposed to be here with Dan, and for some reason he's not popping up like he did yesterday. Hang on. I think I can smell incompetence.
Эх, тогда ждать еще долговато, но GTA 6 в следующем году должна выйти, но тогда может хоть бетку подкинуть, жду нам, подкинут.
Are you doing okay?
No, I'm not doing all right.
GTA 6 хорошо бы вышла на ПК в 25-м году. Мне кажется, она выйдет только на PlayStation или еще, может, на Xbox. Как было в прошлый раз с GTA 5. Еще год-два будешь ждать GTA на ПК.
My ass is vibrating right now with the ricochet of bullets hitting my rear.
Dan, shall I take over from you?
Please take over.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a break. Come on, Dan.
All right. Help, thank you. Turns out, not very good at video games.
Привет, Костя, привет всем, лайк поставил, привет, Женек, привет, рад тебя видеть, хорошего настроения, приятного просмотра.
Yeah, let's see you get in. All right, well, maybe it's not so easy. Maybe it's not so easy. To be fair, I left you in a pretty shit situation. You were set up for failure. Come follow me. We're going to move away from my abject failure as a video gamer for a moment. Hi, guys. Welcome back to CitizenCon Day 2 here in Manchester.
Считаю вас одним из лучших экспертов русскоязычных по этой игре. Помните, было же когда-то по нажатию комбинации клавиш можно было делать автопосадку кораблей. По-моему, всех на площадке посадок. Сейчас они убрали автопосадку на кнопку N. Автопосадка сохранилась при стыковке к рукавам типа кораблей Hull C, Hammerhead 890 Jump. Там автопосадка работает, но тоже подглючивает, иногда не срабатывает. Они, может, это вернут, может, уже вернули, я давно уже не проверил. Автопосадкой как бы может пользоваться только новички в начале в ангаре. Так-то через месяц-два игры уже ты автопосадкой пользоваться не будешь. Лучше от третьего лица переключаться и садиться, при этом крутить камеру по кругу.
Now, as you can see, we have our theme
Спасибо
stuff. We
за
didn't really get
как
into the
бы
theming
добрые
last year. I
слова.
wanted to get
Слово
down to sort
эксперт
of the micro this
про
time. So let's take a
компьютерную
look
игру
at
такое
the
себе.
outside of these
Это
booths. As you
просто
can see,
компьютерная
we have
игра, они делаются для
Bionic Corp
среднестатистического
Waste. We have the
человека,
Robber Space Industries. Come
разберется
follow me
в
a little bit.
ней
We're gonna go
почти
a little bit
любой.
into the community
Как
booth
бы
area. Just a little
эксперт.
bit.
Если бы я там по математике шарил там
As you can
сильно или
see,
по
we have
физике
this
квантовой,
problem in the
можно было
verse
бы
as
это
well.
слово
Get a
использовать. А
look at
так
that.
это
People just stacking up their med boxes. Wasteful. Wasteful.
просто чувак, который чуть
For
больше
shame.
позадротил в эту игру, чем
Throw
все
it
остальные,
away.
потому что это больше не знаю.
Littering. Hi, guys. Come follow me. We're going to make our way out. Hi, everybody. We're making our way through. Guys, it has been such a pleasure to be back at CitizenCon. In case you don't know who I am, my name is Dan Halbrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games. I produce our community managers. That's Jake Acapella, that's Freya, that's Christian, that's Ulf, that's Niku. All the people who you guys interact with on Spectrum, on Twitter, X, who cares what it's called these days. I help produce those guys and make sure they're giving you guys the updated information, chatting with y'all, and it's been such a pleasure getting to actually get to know you guys as well. You guys have been so amazing here at CitizenCon this year. We're just making sure that we catch as many people here on the show floor as possible. In case you guys didn't check this out yesterday as well, we have the Addison Lounge. The Addison Lounge is a place just like the General Lounge for you guys to chill out. Make sure you guys are getting a drink. If you guys have a VIP ticket, you guys have special access to bar and refreshments here as well. You guys don't have to wait in the long line. Make sure you guys are checking that out as well. Yui, thank you for your service. We have that huge United Empire of Earth timeline as well, going all the way back to 2137 to the pretty near recent future of 2950. It's only 4 years ago based on our in-lore world. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, obviously we have the Hornet. We've covered that to death, so I'm not going to cover it, but it still looks pretty cool. Now, I think we're ready to throw over to our first presentation, so I'm going to throw it back over to Jared. We'll see you guys later for some more community booth stuff. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching.
Now I'm just hydrating on
Не,
camera.
это не связано с тем, сколько раз вы полетали. Если корабли могли быть не засторены на момент выхода нового патча, у тебя этот корабль пропадет. У них база данных не сохраняет с перехода с патча на патч те корабли, которые были разрушены или брошены в космосе. Перед тем, как будет патч, нужно всегда корабль свой нажать клейм, чтобы он был в состоянии ретрив где-то, готовый к вылету. Но еще и бывает очень дорогие большие корабли забирают просто так. У меня за этот патч забрали ТЛЦ и Геркулес, хотя они были готовы к вылету. И забрали Hornet хост, который был разбит, и нужно было перед патчем его в ретрив оставить. Они не изучают, как бы, это все, сколько ты на чем полетал. Они забирают дорогие корабли часто. Если у тебя мало кораблей, у тебя заберут, хоть что-то да заберут. У некоторых ничего не забирали, как повезет. Сегодня покажут новые корабли, наверное, после строительства. Посмотрим, Женек, посмотрим. Пусть показывают нам Кракен, что там с Полярисом, что там с БММом. Пусть покажут свои ПК, уверен, там НАСА отдыхает. Это уму непостижимо с такими FPS, и игра делается 10 лет. Они не будут сейчас игру доводить до отполированного состояния, в этом нет смысла. Потому что каждый раз в игру завозятся новые коды, новые технологии, которые переплетаются со всем старым, и нет смысла все полировать каждый раз, это лишняя работа. Игра в альфе, и к этому нужно привыкнуть. Ее отполируют на готово, когда уже завезут в нее все, что нужно. Тогда уже будут полировать. Причем на хороших железках, те же RTX видеокарты и процессоры хотя бы 3-4-летние, ну там 2-летние, а не 6-7-летние, как у меня, допустим, стоит. И все будет тип-топ. У меня все корабли были припаркованы как положено в ангарах, спецом все их парковал. И у меня после патча этого все равно забрали 600-ку. Один Геркулес и, кстати, Вангвард тоже забрали. Ну вот у меня тоже Геркулес забрали, Hull C. Но Хорнет был разбит у меня. То есть они все равно дорогие корабли делают, забирают. Не понял, что значит засейвенные. Я же их не бросал, где попало. Прилетел в ангар, убрал и вышел, или вы про что? Если прилетел и убрал, то все должно было хорошо быть. Если забрали, значит забрали хоть что-то. Потому что кораблей было мало. Они в любом случае часто забирают у игроков между большими патчами какие-то корабли. У кого-то не забирают. Но у них нет никакой там логической схемы для этого. Это какой-то рандомно отрабатывающая база данных. Но вероятность того, что твои корабли сохранятся в большом количестве, все-таки надо сейвить их. Ну, прилетел и оставил корабль, засторил, все, он готов к вылету, значит, он у тебя не разбит и не потерян. Или хотя бы попрожимать везде кнопку claim, чтобы они по гарантии вернулись на ту станцию, где ты попрожимал. Но это не гарантирует, что все корабли останутся. Тут, если давно сидишь в игре, много лет, то постепенно можно с маленького кораблика, там, не знаю, с зарплатой по 20-30 долларов и апгрейдиться даже в одни из самых дорогих кораблей. За 200-300 долларов там такие. Если уже сильно хочется на старте всегда быть с охеренным кораблем, и ничего с ним никогда не случится. Я не говорю так делать, но большинство так делают. Им там прожекторов не хватает, чтобы официантки бухло разносили, и все, нахер тот ситкон. Музло козырное, можно колбаситься. Intel Proц i2 12-го поколения, Intel 5. Все, 12 потоков, диспетчер задач постоянно за 180 забиты, просто не греется, но такие графики загрузки настораживают. И 5-е поколение слишком старое. Какой бы там ни был сорт. И 7-е нового поколения, другой вопрос. Сейчас Ryzen и процессоры неплохие. Видеокарты, конечно, лучше RTX какие-нибудь технологии. У меня 4070 стоит, я себе поставил, и стало все в разы лучше. Играть можно в 4К разрешение без проблем. А на старой видеокарте я лагал в разрешении HD. Костя, им там сейчас надо наш фирменный саундтрек запустить для кайфа. Фантазер, ты меня называла. Понятно, что цифра 5 это не поколение, но я понимаю, что Intel 5 нового поколения будет мощнее, чем Intel 7 старого поколения. Но я имел в виду Intel 7, и чтобы еще поколение было хорошее. Вот там уже как бы получше будет для Star Citizen. Поколение высокое. А Intel 9 со старым поколением может себя показывать даже хуже, чем какой-нибудь Ryzen 7 5800 X3D с 3D кэшем. Под свой проц попробую... Спасибо за подписку на Твиче. Под свой проц попробуй поставить себе RTX хотя бы 4070. Вот я поставил, у меня Ryzen 7 2700X, 6-летний проц. Даже 7-летний уже. Вот под этот проц поставил RTX 4070, 32 гига оперативы. Стало намного лучше, в разы. Я стал играть в 2К разрешении, стримить, в 4К разрешении могу просто играть без стрима. Только клубную версию ремикс. Ну да. Добавить, Женек, немного бита. Хороший такой бит. И под фантазер можно сделать вообще четкую музяку. После новой обновы что-то в игре какая-то дичь происходит. Это после каждой обновы дичь происходит. Надо подождать, немножко отполируют. Потери памяти выровняют. У нас после 3.23 было все хуже, чем сейчас после 3.24.2. А после 3.18, когда было, мы вообще месяц играть не могли.
Привет, дорогой, привет из Австралии. У меня игру пришлось переустанавливать, куча ошибок и сбоев, переустановил и все стало работать. Аппарат у меня сильный, видеокарта 4090, проц Ryzen 9 7900X и 64 гига. А у тебя, Ромчик, все должно летать там. Бывают уже проблемы со стороны игры. Вот сейчас 3.24.2 вышло, там где-то потери памяти. Но я, допустим, эти потери памяти чувствую, когда у меня до 40 гигов грузится оперативы. А вот ты бы их как бы не заметил при 64 гигах. А вот я заметил, потому что у меня 32 гига оперативы. Я сразу вижу, что у меня под максимум грузится все. Но это они должны понерфить. Это было и в 3.23 тоже такое. Больше 40 гигов грузилось. Сегодня, кстати, патчей никаких не выгрузили. Хотя сейчас выходные, вряд ли. Может, завтра какой патч выкатит, послезавтра станет поровнее. Вау, рад за вас от души. Приятно, что вы уже с обновками в ПК. Я? У меня уже месяца 4 или 3. Сколько там? 4, наверное. RTX 4070. Ну, просто еще надо. И оперативы надо докидывать. По-хорошему нужно переходить на AM5 чипсет. И DDR5 ставить оперативу хотя бы 64. Хотя с учетом того, что они хотят добавлять в игру в будущем, я не удивлюсь, если через 10 лет мы все будем сидеть на 128 гигабайтах оперативной памяти, чтобы играть в Star Citizen, которая будет весить... У нас одна система Stanton, это 100 с лишним гигов. Завезут Pyro. Игра станет весить 200 с лишним гигов. У нас такие игры есть сейчас. Ark Survival Evolved. И то не со всеми картами. Со всеми картами она будет весить под 1,5 терабайта. Ну, через 5 систем в Star Citizen, которые завезут, звездных систем, она тоже будет весить не меньше 0,5 терабайта. А что будет, когда у нас будет 30 систем? Я надеюсь, пройдет уже к этому времени лет 15. И у нас совсем другие машинки будут у всех стоять. Жалко, не смогу весь этот праздник увидеть сегодня до конца. Через пару часов на работу придется потом записать запись смотреть. Да, Женек, тут же процентов 70 вот это вот болтовни какой-то. Чуваки с микрофонами бегают. Конкретно геймплей, когда показывают, тогда интересно. А когда они вот тут просто косплей устраивают, это такое себе. Да-да, были моменты, оперативка в 47 гиг долбилась. Но это временно, это сейчас. Оно так не должно быть. Обычно в 24 гига, в 27 долбится, 24 вот так вот. Они это выровняют. У него сегодня нога уже не болит, бегать научился.
We liked it so much the first time, we're going to do it again. Now, as the last guy during the pre-show said, day one was focused on the universe that we're creating. Day two is all about
Патроны
the
вечно пусто
destiny
после
that you
обнов в
forged.
инвентаре.
Now,
Патроны —
little
это
history lesson
расходники,
here.
грузы, которые
Back
ты
in
находишь в
2015, the
ящиках,
persistent universe was
патроны,
first launched.
медпены.
I think it was November,
Это все
December
считается
or whatnot.
расходниками, но
Everybody
все
remember
обнуляется
Pluralisar?
между обновами.
Everybody remember that one Big Benny's machine that somehow you could move it? And the Big Benny's
Я
challenge
прискорю
of
своей обнове
spending
компа, жду новых
hours and
интелов и
hours
райзенов.
of just
Наверное, буду
doing
ставить
this.
себе реально 128 гигов оперативы DDR5. Ну его нафиг. Лучше пусть с запасом будет. А кто этот мужик на сцене? Этот мужик уже 7 лет является, наверное, медийным лицом Роберт Space Industries. Очень крутой мужик в плане проведения шоу. Охеренный шоумен. Он знает, как это делать, он умеет это делать.
We've got Hurston, we've got Area 18, and what's the last one? We got Lorville.
Это один из самых главных сказочников, да.
Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities to reconcile in your head. But since this time, you've all been visitors. You've logged in, and you've done your thing, you've gone on adventures, you've fought some Xeno threat, you've mined some barrel, apparently, a whole lot of barrel. We're looking at that trivia from yesterday. But this entire time, you've been visitors. Starting next year,
Джеред
you
Хакаби.
stake a claim in the persistent universe. Starting next year, the persistent universe truly becomes yours. And we have got a handful of gentlemen to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage design director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage design director Rick Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades.
Алекс, если ты хочешь играть в эту игру как бы в удовольствие, как в готовую игру, не получится. Никак не получится. Быть тестером, как бы тестировать, изучать что-то, это да. Накапливать, как в GTA 5 там хомяки мы накапливали были, да, вот это все. Ресурсы эти, технику. Такого не будет здесь. Только если за реал куплено. И в конце 25-го ничего не изменится. Игра еще долго будет постоянно в сыром состоянии. Сколько бы контента в нее не завезли, она всегда будет в сыроватом состоянии по работоспособности, пока не будет последних этапов выпуска игры в релиз. Полная полировка.
Luckily, we've
Да,
got a
добро
lot of
пожаловать
ways
в
to
жены,
gather
Алекс.
resources in the game. And crafting is designed to
Если
complement and
ты
expand
вот этой
on
сути
all of
простой
these
не
existing
принимаешь, то как
gathering
бы лучше не
professions,
играть и
as
ни
well
в
as future
25-м, ни в
editions.
26-м.
Let's take a
Если
closer
ты
look at mining
понимаешь,
as an
что игра
example.
сырая и будут с ней проблемы,
We've
мы
got
просто
hand
научились
mining
бороться с
and
багами и
vehicle
постоянно с
mining
ними
and ship
боремся.
mining. That's a lot of
Даже если
mining.
не получается их
But
побороть,
with
все равно
crafting,
мы так и
we're
живем,
going
мы
to
так
introduce a lot of
играем.
materials.
И
So
если
there's not
ты к
just
этому
more
не
to mine,
готов, то
but
как
we're
бы,
also
ну,
going to specialize.
будешь
So,
только
for
сам
instance,
себя
each type of
расстраивать
mining will have its own unique
морально-психологически.
materials to gather.
Слушать
Gathering
каждого, кто
specific
мне говорит,
materials
что у него что-то не
efficiently
работает.
will require you to use the
Я
right
делаю вид,
gathering
что все
profession.
хорошо и просто пытаюсь помочь, но на самом
Let's talk
деле
about
мне уже
refining.
все это кажется одним
Currently, only
большим
mining
огромным
resources can be
нытьем, потому
refined,
что я уже
but
это
doing so allows
отодвинул
you
от
to turn them
себя.
into more
Я
valuable
знаю, как игра
processed
работает, и
resources.
все. И так
With
так
crafting,
случилось.
we're
Но я
going to
хочу быть в
expand
ней.
refining to
А
include
когда мне
options for
начинают
all raw
рассказывать,
materials.
ну, как бы, так вот, то
In
это,
addition to
зачем вы
expanding the
то,
variety of
зачем вы
materials
это,
you can
если там
gather,
вот это.
refining lets you create
Мне это не
processed
интересно,
materials
ну,
that
как
you're
бы,
going to
ну,
need
ты
to
так не
craft your
делаешь, это я
upgraded
просто тебе
blueprints.
говорю, как оно у меня уже
So now that
воспринимается
you've
за
gathered
годы.
all these materials, what do you do with them?
Да, удовольствия как-то
Currently, your
такого
only
нет,
options
из
in the game
хорошего
really
могу
are
только
to
отметить
sell them
новый
to a shop
мобиглаз.
or maybe complete a contract.
Из хорошего много чего завезли, это
Adding
все надо
crafting to the game
изучать.
radically changes your options.
Если ты
You can
один-два
still
раза
mine,
зашел в игру,
refine,
ты
and sell your
практически
resources,
игры-то ты и не
but now
видел
you have the
толком.
option to make valuable and unique items.
То, что игра плохо работает
Weapons,
часто.
armor, even
Мы
vehicles
все, и
and
Женя, он
ships.
постоянно как бы ругается, но мы это принимаем как бы.
Right?
И мы все равно в игре годами, каждый день почти. Ну и карта новая тоже хорошо, а то годами висели на глючной
And by
карте.
valuable, I mean that the
Да.
crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
Мне нравится расти вместе с игрой, видеть ее в проблемы и вместе с
But
этим
crafting
расти.
just isn't in with shiny new gear.
Если бы я подождал
Think much bigger.
4-5 лет еще и
Crafting
потом бы
enables you to
пришел в
build
нее,
your own home
я бы
among the
понимал,
stars.
что здесь уже настолько много опытных людей, среди которых я просто утону. Уже что-то не
Choose to
то
make a
для меня.
farm, a
Хочется
hunting
вместе
lodge,
со всеми
an industrial complex,
одинаково
your own
расти,
trading hub, a
одинаково изучать
military
контент,
outpost,
потому что
even a
его много,
sprawling town with
его
your
постоянно
friends and
переделывают.
workmates.
И ухватить весь этот контент спустя много лет, как игра развивается,
Got a
она
lot
будет
here,
слишком
but it's
большой,
all
я ей
optional.
просто не успею
You can choose
освоить.
to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a
Чё, я
player makes a choice,
пропустил,
they assign
что
value.
нить важное было, про лифты говорит, да не, он про
Players'
майнинг
choices about
показывает,
crafting
только
and base building will drive player
новые
trade.
системы.
The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make.
Ну, видишь, какая-то
The game
зона
will still have
крафта
its own
будет.
shops and
Будешь
economy
подходить,
alongside
что-то там
players, but now you'll have more options.
ресурсы свои
About where you
привезешь,
invest
подойдешь,
and how
крафтишь
you
себе чем-нибудь.
Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here. And we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. They've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting, I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with
Круто, Ромчик, круче,
Blueprints.
круто. Чтоб все такие были. Игроки.
Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways.
Спасибо, Александр Кардош,
You can
удачного
also
стрима.
upgrade your blueprints
Да,
through
Алик,
research.
личный ангар у
We'll go
тебя
into more
только в
detail
том
about what
городе,
this
который
means a
ты
bit later.
выбрал изначально.
So, blueprints are the recipe,
Между патчами и
and Rick already
обновлениями
told
ты
us
заново
the
выбираешь
materials you
себе
gather and
опять
refine
какой
will
город,
be the
и
ingredients.
опять твой личный
But there's
ангар
a bit
будет
more to
только
it
в
than
этом
that.
городе, и все вещи
We have a
переносятся
new
туда.
concept for materials: material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality.
Устройство с 3 майнингами лучами. Камень большой на 656 сифарита. С одного камня столько достать. Нормально. А модульный личный ангар не говорили они? Где будет крафт и так далее? Пока не говорили. Они, вон, видишь, новые фишки для крафта показывают. Новые мультитулы, я так понял. Это новый для крафта какая-то хрень. Алюминий, медь. Они вон картинки попривязывают к алюминию, к меди, ну ко всем ресурсам. Теперь визуально уже будешь запоминать, что где, как во всех крафтилках.
We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot
Можно
dog.
будет скрафтить вон хот-дог, там пистолет какой-то, пульс. Не, ну сама игра, конечно, лучшая в мире в этом жанре. Я только зайду, вытащу корабль, похожу в ангаре вокруг него, залезу в корабль, там все пощелкаю, и уже кайф получил. Круто. Игра в этом плане, да. Кинематографично. С крафта, наверное, перейдут потом в строительство. Возможно. Они вчера про строительство показывали. Как, ну, они вчера про зоны. Какие зоны, как они будут подразделяться там, да. Сегодня, может, уже конкретно по объектам строительства.
But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials
Тоже будет тиры у предметов будут, я так понял.
Making high tier items requires more
То есть
advanced
качество, да?
materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats
Как во
to
всех
improve.
играх у нас типа синь, зелень, фиолет, там оранж. Здесь, наверное, что-то такое тоже будет. Только не по цвету, может распределяться как-то еще.
Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item.
Будет киберпанк, где винтовка не убьет человека с большим уровнем. Ясно все, куда они двигаются. В РПГ, походу. Легче всего человека привязать в игре, позволить ему прокачиваться в его персонажа, чтобы он понимал, что у него в этой игре есть персонаж, который уже прокачан, и ему жалко покидать игру. Но эта тема работает во всех местах.
You can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including
5-й тир. Скрафтить корабль. Херня какая.
Including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch. So it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun.
Даже в оружиях качество разное будет. Но это они уже все, да, берут с того же киберпанка. Что одна и та же пушка может быть разного качества, потому что у нее там 1-й тир, 2-й или 3-й тир. И ты будешь находить 3-й тир чего-нибудь и радоваться. Блядь, у меня есть P6, P4 или P6 3-го тира. Даже майнинговые лазеры разных тиров по-разному майнить будут.
I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you and have a good day.
Нет, не корабль скрафтить, а его тиры до 5-го, улучшая его характеристики. А что ты, в смысле его тиры? Эти как его, щиты типа отдельно, да? Комплектующие?
I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned,
меня эта игра затянула за то, что она как Тарков без этих тупых уровней. Может, это будет интересно. Тут с лутанием не так все классно, как хотелось бы. Нет желания лутаться. А когда есть понимание того, что ты можешь найти лучшее что-то, есть желание полутаться. Может, не сильно они так уже нагребут сюда, как в Киберпанке. Всего лишь 3 тира, если пока что предметов. Хотя там был и 5-й тир нарисован. Ну, пускай 5 тиров. Поживем и увидим. Хорошо это будет или плохо с их стороны. Я думаю, на спектруме, если что, им подпендалей надают. Можно забрасывать, мне теперь не нравится, в какую сторону они двигаются. Ну, Макс, это у каждого свое. Я от тебя много раз слышал, что тебе не нравилось. Тем не менее, ты до сих пор следишь за проектом, и ты еще тут. Поживем и видим. То, что у них мир слишком будет большой и проработанный, одно вот это притягивает. А то, что они какие-то элементы перенимают с других игр, не сильно оно как бы не важно. Я как раз в прошлом году говорил, хочу прикольную космоигру с РПГ и строительством. Они меня услышали. Ну, я не думаю, что они дохера сюда элементов РПГ насуют. Пока что просто тиры. Ты даже можешь схлестнуться потом по ходу с каким-нибудь чуваком. У тебя там, допустим, Хорнет, и у него Хорнет. Но у тебя там 5-е тиры всего стоит, а у него там 2-е тиры. А он не знает, какой у тебя. У тебя как бы преимущество. Ну, есть небольшая тайна сражения. Может, это интересно. Вот снова они про чертежи будут, блупринты на все улучшения или создание. Короче, это уже часть строительства. Они еще на сайт потом завезут себе возможность создать из предмета 5-й тир и будут продавать это за бабки реальные. Вот это будет херня, конечно. Майнинг камешков на машинке с лазером, как сейчас в плане заработка. В позавчерашнем стриме мы выяснили, что объекты на планетах отсутствовали для майнинга. В космосе нормально, там для проспектора и эргомола вроде. А на объектах, на планетах отсутствовали. Их просто пока выключили, они что-то делают. До 3.24.2 все работало изумительно, все классно было. Но сейчас они что-то там дорабатывают, отключили. Может, со следующей обновы заработает. А может, уже работает. Теперь представь, вы с типом на одинаковых кораблях, только у него 5-й тир корабля, он тебя перестреляет, как в арке Гига 20 и 150. Ну и классно. То есть надо оценить ситуацию. Вот. У этого чувака будет стимул к тому, чтобы в игре расти и получить себе 5-е тиры на Хорнет. Сам корабль получил и все, и себя ограничил в развитии на этом корабле. Пушки купить и обвесы, не думаю, что такое будет сильно сложное занятие для кого-то. По крайней мере, как оно сейчас сделано, оно недорого все стоит. То есть тебе еще есть желание заниматься своим кораблем в плане тиров. По мне, так неплохо, почему нет? То, что тебя иногда где-то будут лупить другие игроки по тем или иным причинам, это ж PvP как бы места, и ты где-то кого-то будешь лупить, и тебя будут лупить. Тиры, принты, строительство баз, кораблей, огромный мир — вот игра моей мечты. Кирилл, в Великобританию мы тебя все равно не отправим. Будешь играть там, где родился, там и сгодился. Не проси даже. Я уже вижу, куда ты клонишь. Игра твоей мечты начинается. Привет, хорошего стрима. Привет, Василий Сытник. Хорошего настроения, приятного просмотра. Да, я как раз пару минут не дошел до этого вашего расследования майнинга на проспекторе CV. Спасибо, значит, не буду. Проспектор Аргамол, в космосе должны астероиды все быть. На поверхностях сейчас объекты отключены были. По крайней мере, позавчера, после выхода в лайв патча последнего, майнинг на Земле был как бы нереальным. Ты табаешь, просто сканируешь, ничего не видишь вокруг. Сейчас поработают, день-два какие-то билды повыпускают, фиксы. Завтра, послезавтра должны какие-то фиксы уже выходить. Крафт они уже, конечно, мутят не детские у нас, да? Даже жуки вон эти. Весь тот хлам, что мы собирали много лет, и он у нас там лежит, теперь надо будет перекрафчивать в полезные предметы. Когда это выпустят, конечно. Ох, херня какая, пушку скрафтил. И пушка может быть какого-то тира, рандомно, да, в зависимости от того, какого тира ты предметы для крафта используешь. Короче, тупо слизанная идея, как минимум, с этих... Как эта игра? New World от амазонов. Кстати, они сотрудничают с Амазоном. И у New World в Амазоне такая же тема с тирами. Чтобы получить высокого тира предмет, высокого тира нужно найти комплектующие для крафта, чтобы была вероятность. Вот она, где собака зарыта.
There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale.
В New World тема с тирами мне нравилась, как сделано. Но сама игра как-то маловато развивалась. Я думал, там на кораблях плавать можно было. Хера с два.
I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you're part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time.
Мне кажется, я сейчас на кухне с планшета в YouTube зашел, и ваш стрим в комнате у меня через Smart TV на паузе стоит ваше предыдущее видео, там вы говорили про попробовать майнинг. Значит, катроками, нет? Катроками, ну, я, наверное, говорил про рабочую тему. У нас же майнинг вышел, у нас вышел патч новый, 3.24.2, он вышел в пятницу утром. И там есть проблемка сейчас с майнингом. Ее должны поправить, я думаю, в понедельник, вторник поправят. Вот это я говорю. А вообще, да, если новичок, хочешь зарабатывать, Грей Катрок арендуй, Катлас арендуй, и погнал камушки собирать на Дейморе какие-нибудь, Ходонит, Фарид, Деливайн. Или на Абердине. Но сейчас пока что надо подождать. Если в космосе хочешь майнингом заниматься, там сложнее тема. Это проспектор, аргомол. Для сольника, конечно, для начала проспектор.
And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building.
Вот, пожалуйста, строительство.
I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, citizens.
А у них же реально там еще утро.
Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luke Gijsbertsen. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting
и, возможно, уже майнинг на поверхностях заработает. Ну, по крайней мере, сканер будет видеть объекты для майнинга. Хочу золотые труселя скрафтить, чтобы Бибу обезопасить. Для обезопасивания Бибы, наверное, нужно... Что-то мягкое. Кожаная, латексная. Вадим, латекс надо надевать.
Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card.
Нормальная разгрузка. Левитирующие какие-то тележки.
The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless pyro, we can straight dive into building our base.
Ага, это
Keep in mind, the following
устройство для
UI
крафта,
is work in
походу.
progress.
Чик, и он через это устройство сразу получает доступ к спутнику, походу, или что? И осматривает местность.
In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside.
Не, в Корсар золотой унитаз замастерить, вот тема. Вот там строительство, заклеймить свою землю. Это тележка. Но это типа как флаг. В армии тоже ставишь флаг, и этот флаг — это радиус твоей земли в Арма 3. Ну, во всех армах. И ты можешь строить. А тут, походу, это тележка с компьютером.
So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational.
Алекс, лут можно ложить просто на пол. В корабле все сохраняется, не обязательно на шкафчик. Весь корабль это постоянство в корабле. Плюс ты можешь туда поставить 1 СЦУшный, 2 СЦУшный, 4 СЦУшный ящик купить в карго-центре, поставить и использовать его как шкафчик. Многие корабли не доделаны до золотого стандарта. Где-то есть шкафчики, где-то нет, потому что корабли еще будут перерабатываться все до единого. В Корсаре есть подкрыватели в комнатках. Прикольно, что они сделали готовые дома, а то по одной стеночке не особо хотелось строить. Да, я тут... Да, Кирилл, вот это вот строительство, типа как в арке в Расте, нахер оно всралось здесь? Мы ж тут в космические, как бы... Мы хотим быстро развиваться здесь, чтобы город строить. Плюс еще собери кучу ресурсов на вот это строительство. Не факт, что это строительство будет дешевым. Ты еще можешь захереть от сбора ресурсов на это все дело. Как ты вот это по стеночкам построишь? По стеночкам мы построим квадратные базы себе, как везде, прямоугольные. Как во всех играх мы делаем. Прямоугольники эти строим огромные. Или башни какие-то квадратные. А здесь красиво все поставил, все это красота.
I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into small ships like the
маленький ПВЕшер. Красивые ты дома строишь. Я тоже так в арке любил делать, на деревьях красивые дома. Мы с тобой 2 сраных ПВЕшера. Хотя ты еще и Апекс любишь, да? Агрессивный такой, любишь Апекс, да? Убивать других игроков любишь в игре. Вот такой вот, я понял. Все про тебя ясно, Кирилл. Я вот никогда никого в игре не трогаю.
From the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short.
Ты хочешь, Женя, чтобы все это нам дали? Они это нам все возле носа вот так вот поводят и уберут на 2 года, задвинут в ящик.
Of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited.
Туалет в арке нужен для того, чтобы какашки, то есть компосты фармить. Ставишь туалет на трубу водяную, садишься на него, только надо, чтобы у тебя количество здоровья было просевшее ниже середины. Вот. И когда у тебя выносливости мало, Хочется какать. Нажимаешь плюс, сидя на туалете, и выдается компост, готовый для... Получается, встаешь, после того, как какашка упала, смыл компост, опять сел, плюс, смыл компост. И за счет туалета ты можешь фармить компост быстрее, чем в любой другой фиоме или еще что-то. Улучшенный
From here,
компост.
you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply the crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better
Охереть, у вас
structure.
варки фарм интересные.
Once you're ready,
А ну
we'll
пострим.
hit the craft button on the right
Да
bottom
полно этого на
to
канале,
send
Влад,
the
ищи.
construction drones printing to the
Сольное
buildings.
развитие
The
где-нибудь.
automated construction
На
drones will
карте
take
Кристальные
off from the
острова.
construction graph card and fly to nearby resources
Он у
to
меня просто
fill
для
their
красоты
internal
был, для
storage
компоста была
and then
фиоми
fly
и белые
over to the
ягоды.
construction
Это
site
долго,
to
Кирилл.
print the building
Белые
until their
ягоды
internal
и
storage has been
фиоми,
depleted.
потом ты
The
это
construction
складывал
drone then
вместе с
repeats the
соломой
loop
в
by
специальный
filling its internal
ящик
storage again
и
by
долго ждал
nearby
эти
resources.
компосты.
Printing buildings will
А
take some
туалет
time.
позволяет быстро
Keep the construction
нахерачить себе
supplied
штук
so that you
50.
don't delay the
Закинул
process
в грядки
any
и
further.
забыл.
Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building.
Как какать?
All structures will
Да
have
гайд
a
записывать
unpowered
целый.
and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager.
Ладно, давайте по теме стрима тоже. Многие, наверное, уже злятся, что с
To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within construction ER. We can also link
Электрифицировать будем
multiple buildings together.
свои базы.
And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need to be supplied.
Туалет это долго, ты столько не накакаешь. Кирилл, ты не шаришь. Компост улучшенный, который именно не какашка. Сами какашки там неинтересны, они быстро портятся. И быстро расходуют грядку. Именно сам компост позволяет быстро накапливать компосты улучшенные за счет туалета.
Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe.
Декорации внутри баз будем свои делать.
It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as an hologram.
Мне лично очень нравится тема строительства, тем более еще, что это все же жанр космоса вообще кайф, только бы они не задушили это все реальными деньгами, типа не заплатил, не продвинешься. Да не, я думаю, скоро мы переберемся из своих личных ангаров в свои базы. Мне главное, Женек, узнать, где твоя база будет, а дальше уже сам понимаешь, что все будет у нас хорошо. Ладно, давай постримим, потом обсудим с тобой по экспериментам варки, а то обидится нас. По теме стрима лифты все равно не работают.
Decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangars and ships. To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared. Bring the right resources and a construction device with you.
Такие маленькие, такие кнопочки там.
Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hangar and ship with decorative ER.
Что у тебя там?
And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, cheers. All right, thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR, and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together, just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large, solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas, depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out of the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials.
Кресла и диваны хоть потом будут к полу прилипать или так, как и будут танцевать, как сейчас? Мало того, что танцуют, так еще и сдвинуть их можно случайно ногой. Как будто они весят 2 килограмма. Это запуск электростанции был.
Raw resources into the more valuable refined materials. We saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course, we want this. It is our refinery. Once again, there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which are going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is the way to select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session.
Да, в этом году, конечно, хотя бы выкатили пайера, просто чтобы было.
And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A. And then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base.
Будешь, Вадим, ресурсы собирать, привозить. А строить будет Женя. А я буду контролировать тебя и его. Все, разобрались, я думаю. Отлично.
Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators. Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do.
Ангары. Зашибись. А вы переживаете за то, как будет в будущем развиваться быстро. Ну, кнопку нажал, целый ангар появился с проработанными деталями и со всей херней.
However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar.
А я люблю строить. Будете подкатывать мне бабла на строительство. Мы это, Женя, с тобой обсудим потом. Обязательно. Главное, народ заставить верить в то, что они не просто рабочие, а что они идейные должны быть. Общее дело делаем для всех. А на самом деле они будут строить базу тебе и мне, Женя. Шутка.
Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship.
Кирилл, будешь баловаться мемами, да, сейчас? Я понял. Я уже наперед все знаю, Кирилл.
We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players.
Матвей. Матвей.
So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it.
Добавится только через год. Это ты уже размечтался, Саня. Через 2, может через 3. Они не дадут забыть, не переживай. Они постоянно из года в год все напоминают и это двигают. Да. Не, ну строительство какое-то базовое может в следующем году и появится уже. Но вряд ли вот полный функционал прям. Да. Блин, это все так это читал.
But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paint in-game and apply them to buildings. As well as add your own custom text, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants.
Это он сейчас затяжку сделал, типа такой, и погнал дальше рассказывать со сцены.
Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No.
Строительству нужно купить бомбер и бомбить, пока не начнут платить дань. Ой, Влад. Истину глаголишь. Ой, Влад, Вадим, прости, Вадим. Но боюсь, что нас первых будут бомбить за дань. У нас кто-нибудь в корпорации вообще за дипломатические отношения есть кто-нибудь? Хоть один? Вот его надо позвать, чтобы мы пожили хотя бы месяц спокойно потом. Вот это вот танк, стоящий возле нашей базы, а внутри сидит Вадим. 100 пудов. Причем пока еще мир.
Shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost, higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there will be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video.
Final video. Ну, на берегу прям речушки, да? Вот где я хочу жить, вот 100 пудов. Ой-ой-ой. Так, это Вадим притащил на своей фуре ресурсы. Это Женек полетел уже размещать местность для строительства. Так, это Кирилл понесся куда-то непонятно почему. Просто отлынивает от работы. Так, это патруль наш местный. Ну, это уже местный патруль переобулся. Где-то лучше заплатили. И все, метки сданы, координаты получены. Упавший джавелин. Нормально. Его сальважат уже. Идрис стоит. Противовоздушная оборонительная система — это хорошо. Оборонительные системы. Это хорошо.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and
Кирилл, я смотрю, тебе понравилось, ты еще купил, да? Спасибо. Спасибо за поддержку. Нашел меня бомбить бродягу, у меня нет базы. Им легче будет небо покрасить.
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players can expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players can expect to come next?
So, I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change, or an exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material. And of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they heard that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
Yeah, the biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon today and yesterday?
So it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orcs and the social stuff because I'm part of an orc myself. So I'm really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right, well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Okay, he's live.
Yeah. Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist, but that's probably why. So apologies for that, but awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at CitizenCon. What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the largest gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got like 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens. Tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan.
О, Бану Мерчетмен на заднем плане.
I'm a real-life racing driver and Star Citizen Twitch streamer. And for this year we
Масштаб 1 к 200.
69, Pretty Vanilla and I
То есть здесь он где-то в длину почти метр, 200 метров будет, да? Такой небольшой.
Total of 26 individual pieces that we assembled, primed, sanded, and painted.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being a badass race car driver, you're also a badass model maker. This guy, there's nothing he can't do. I see you're giving away some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little, the BMM pins, and we have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I mean, look at that. Take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you, Tom, for coming over. We're going to shoot now over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi, guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool this year. Welcome to the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Again, did I sound like me? Or Could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal and freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them. You put in, and you go through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Boo, I'll go take it back to mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real game. Sorry. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see, where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison, but also ourselves, the premier pirate org, entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today. So, I have bumped into this guy again.
I'm back.
Hi.
Awesome. Well, I'll take it from here. Thank you, Sam. And finally, for our last little bit of the community booth, for this segment, we still have a little bit more to go over today. We have Atmo. Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point, creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love Atmo. They had an official place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 2955 Daymar Rally these awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing to the winner. These things are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go to the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. So maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
Nope, just straight over back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Guys. Crafting and base building. Fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe. Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out." I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out, "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right, so that's enough for me. Guys, Our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis and, gosh. Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait. Cheers, man.
Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director.
My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director.
And the clicker is not working.
Oh.
So if you've got technical difficulties...
You have to do a dance, John.
There we go.
There we go. Good.
Right. So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies in the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes.
Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So it ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in numbers. In the one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so it'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes, and that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately,
Привет, а что я пропустил?
Строительство
показали шикарное будет, когда его реализует Альберт через лет 5, наверное. А так-то все выглядело классно.
Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box, depending on what you buy.
Машинка, которая будет возить 4 СУ.
So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM.
Матвей,
so that shield generator as well moves about 28 meters a second. I cannot, my brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2, available at playerc.csv. So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor. It's those kind of large all-terrain wheels, and then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them. And I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole, sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional, and I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family. But what if you want to go bigger?
Морфологи скотина сидел, не похлопал на машинку, которая возит СЦУ-4 в первом ряду. В свитере белом. Миск фрилансер.
Yeah, the Star Lancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles.
Или не фрилансер.
Today, we're going to be talking about the first three, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the MAX, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the Star Lancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away
Пока еще не показывали, не говорили, начали с наземных машинок.
Is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this
То есть строительные дроны какие-то, я так понял, да?
In the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SCU of capacity,
все забили про него. Может, Миск Экспанс стал теперь Миском
Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages.
Интересно, люди, которые там сидят, понимают, что это не будет через 2 года и даже не через 4. У них нет мысли, что они все могут не дождаться, учитывая, что игра уже делается 10 лет, и это еще как минимум 10 того, что они задумали и показывают. Ничего особенного не показали. Они уже показали много чего доделанного, особенно строительство. Если сервер мешинг будет решен и комфортно себя на серверах будет чувствовать 1000 человек, вот это все можно завозить. А если нет, то как бы и завозить это большого смысла нет. По 100 человек в 2 мирах жить такое себе. Я думаю, проблема именно сейчас кроется в этом, по большей части.
52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size, it is not.
83 метра в длину.
Than the Constellation and Corsair, it's almost 600i.
Constellation 61, по-моему. Этот где-то как 600-ка будет размером.
Remote turrets, and then 128 SU of cargo capacity in the build specifically.
2 генератора второго размера.
What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
1 генератор третьего размера, 1 щит третьего размера.
So, like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside.
Короче, это маленький авианосец, в котором можно Фьюрика. Так Фьюрика засунуть можно почти везде. Короче, опять сделали корабль, только один для строительства будет, наверное, популярным. А так все эти миски такое себе. Не понял насчет сервер-мешинга и пайра. Пайра это 4.0. 4.0 должны завести первую итерацию сервер-мешинга и пайра. Каждый стрим про это говорим, почти, Кирилл. Контрольную работу устроить, блять. В тетрадке отметить, кто хорошо отвечал, кто плохо.
And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and metal area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically.
Фишка этого корабля в том, что Фьюрика можно возить.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators.
Я не понял, про что они сказали, когда выйдет или нет. На подорожной карте пока на конец года, типа 4.0. Может, до Нового года завезут нам пайра, но это маловероятно. Может, после Нового года. Хотя, может быть, все может быть. Кто вообще мисками пользуется? Мусаши. Тот фрилансер Макс, и то, блин, сканер поломанный и кровать. Ну, Starlancer Building будет, наверное, одним из самых популярных кораблей, потому что у нас Пионер, ничего про него не слышно пока, про Пионера. И машинка вот эта маленькая, она каши не сварит особо.
Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now. I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates MISC's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength. I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, the engineers or MISC have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off MISC's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So, love it or hate it, we love it. The MISC traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot
Starlancer Max, наверное, будет какой-то жесткий грузовик неплохой.
These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, full crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of the ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area, so nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship, en suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance.
Двухэтажный.
For the rear section, this can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here.
Какой там нехеровый. Я думал, длинный.
And then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, the 2. It's sort of one cargo lift that drops down, but it retains the walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship.
Сзади на рампу, через рампу будут грузиться, и вот это вот лифты, походу, опускаться вниз.
Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max. So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Starlancer Max. And if you pre-order now, before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint in the CitizenCon colors and looks super cool in my opinion. So,
6 втолов.
We have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones. What about bigger things?
Биггер. О, да-да-да, пионер! Давай! Показывай.
Who can guess what that is?
Типа Старлансер маленький строитель, пионер. Да неужели, блин?
I talked to you all quite some time
Огромный
ago about this
гигантский
in
принтер,
Germany,
походу.
and this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer. This is the area I want to build in. I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments. In that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics. I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior.
Так этот пионер строитель или что? Я не в курсе. Строитель, его давно анонсировали. Ну вот видишь, на нем было там написано и медицина, и крафт. Функций у него много будет, но это строитель больших баз, я так понял. А тот Мусаши, который билдинг, он поменьше для строительства. А это уже как Capital, я так понял.
Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before. It's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra-large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area.
Такие корабли долго будем изучать, чтобы при битве нормально понимать, где что заменить и как быстро добраться до поломки. Много народу нужно будет на такие корабли, в соло 5 человек мало будет. Да? А все сольники будут нас ругать, если мы будем объединяться вместе играть на одном корабле. Они будут приходить на стрим и говорить, что в игре нет возможности для соло игры на большом корабле.
To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back that, again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle.
Ну, это еще концепт, видишь, они даже у них нечего заснять, как все остальные эпизоды, типа как в работе уже.
Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now, these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area.
Вот это вот я сижу в будущем за экраном монитора, а вы все будете у меня в подчинении, Кирилл, вся корпорация. Будете приносить мне рядом, ложить вещи всякие, которые я буду вам говорить. Шутка. Для сольников сквадрон. Ну, там и мы будем в сквадроне тоже. Но ангар здесь здоровенный у него, конечно, сюда можно в ангар спокойно запихнуть. А, или это не сверху заезжать. Это чисто для наземной техники, наверное. А вот это уже сверху. Но на мат помещается. Хотя сюда может всунуться и побольше что-то.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next
строители, походу. 247 метров в длину. Идрис, по-моему, 240. Пионер будет немножко длиннее Идриса. И на порядок шире. Ну, Идрис это боец, военный. А это мобильная база. Маленькие корабли будут у нас в ангарчике.
Capital components all round, and now it has 1,000 SU of cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be their day one of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon. So, to finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. CitizenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before.
One last thing, одна вещь.
So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these were vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV-1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So,
сможет крафтить малые корабли и малую наземную технику. Что, серьезно? Там такое было? Рассказывалось про то, что может крафтить маленькие корабли? Нихера себе принтер. Это карго был, а не капитанский. Окей, ты в карго, а я в капитанском, я не против, шутка. Не, Кирилл. Ты можешь быть в капитальном, а я все равно буду здесь. Потому что здесь больше всего я могу скрафтить 1000 маленьких кораблей и твой капитанский развалить. А сам даже не буду участвовать в бою. Все-таки пионер. Да-да, было написано, что будет крафтить. Ну зашибись. Корабль, который может создавать другие корабли. Такой 3D принтер, да? Это что, какой-то крусейдер или что это такое? Crusader Industries. Но они маленькие этот мальчишка. Или это Полярис? Такого рода корабли чисто для организации, понятного дела, там нужно будет дофига ресурсов, денег и так далее, которые будут не под силу сольным игрокам. А вот и Полярка, да. Так я и говорю, контролирующий за организационными процессами будет сидеть в пионере. А все остальные корабли это как пчелки и муравьишки. А пчеломатка будет сидеть в пионере. Полярису доделали внутрянку, короче, да? Почти. Это первый капитал от крусейдеров. А то у нас Джавелин и Идрис это от Иджисов, по-моему, да? Морфологис похлопал.
So on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So, let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months.
На следующем Инвиктусе, может, он уже будет стоять Полярис целенький, уже готовенький, взять в аренду можно будет. Возможно, Кирилл. Весь сервак будет в Полярисах. Причем, наверное, F7A первого поколения был, наверное. Или что это у нас? Какие-то новые корабли. А, вот про этот уже говорили. Мини-фьюрик, типа. Не мини-фьюрик, а фьюрик, который будет Макс. Простыми словами. Это уже что-то огромное, вот это вот. Еще что-то огромное. Смотрите, люди внизу. Это вообще что-то огромное, вот это. Там Кракен кричат. Легионер, Мирай и так далее. Те, которые будут доделываться за следующие 12 месяцев.
Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah. Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
12 заброшенных кораблей на 12 месяцев.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo! Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show floor at CitizenCon. These guys have some amazing models that are in prototype right now. We're going to check them out right now. Let's check out some of these awesome prototype models we have right here. Let's check those out. We're going to give our cameraman just a quick moment to check them out. I am here with Ray of Planet Ring. We're going to be asking him a couple questions about these prototypes in just a second, but I want to make sure that the camera has time to check out the details on these awesome models that we're hoping to get out in the near future. Oh, look at that. That is some sexy detail work. All right, so Ray, what inspired you to make models of Star Citizen ships?
Well, actually, we have been Star Citizen bankers for many years. Myself, I joined the wars in 2015. My colleagues joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us. And we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We have been collaborating with other famous IPs like the films, especially the sci-fi films and animations and games. So we are excited to be here as a partner of CIG to bring the citizens in the world with a beautiful ship in affordable price. Yeah.
Amazing. So how long does each model take for you guys to make?
Well, we've been working for 7 months for now, but our prototype now is still an early stage of what we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like 5-6 months for now. That's what we have been building for everything we see here in this booth.
Yeah, and they are amazing. So I have to ask, which model is the hardest to make, but also which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I would say the Star Citizen ships are very in detail, so each one of them are very hard to make actually. But my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see the F8 has a very beautiful panel lines. It's very beautiful in details, and it has a brutal weapon system that's crazy.
Они уже добавили на сайте оба Starlancer и наземную машинку.
Our final products come into two versions, assembly version and the finished version. So for assembly version, we have injection pieces, so you can cut it yourself and build it yourself, paint yourself, and it's glue-free, it's snap-fit, it's easy for everyone to build in 3 hours. And the finished version, we have it printed for you, we have it assembled for you, and we have some extra layers, painting, weathering effects, and some extra decals. It's amazing, fine quality.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really quick. And as we show these details over, we're going to actually throw it over to Sam. Let's give a quick detail on this. Thank you again, Planet Ring. We're really happy to have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Sam back at the community booth. Thank you, Ray, again for having us here. We'll see you guys at the community booth.
Hi guys, I'm back at the community booths and I'm over here with Ultima. Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home to what you guys do?
Absolutely. I'm Sigelian from Ultima Energy. We're the leading provider of fuel products and services here in the Verse. We do a lot of Starfare operations. You can find us on our website at ultima.energy, and we have Discord as well, so hit us up there.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to Medrunner. So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite bit?
Oh man, it's been amazing. Squadron 42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing. Okay. And I am here right on the end of our amazing community booth area with our Avant-Garde guys. So, Avant-Garde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything. Our goal is to have at least 100 members, but because we value people below quantity. We want to create a legacy altogether. When I create this organization, I don't consider myself the commander of everything. I just planted a seed for a tree. Maybe I will never see the fruit, but I want to create a legacy. People need to have fun, maybe win sometimes also, but especially win. Be a healthy community and having fun altogether.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on over to the other side, where I am joined by my partner in crime, Dan.
I don't know which camera I'm looking at. That one, 2, 1. Hi guys.
Ну, 330 баксов и 250 копейки вообще.
We saw a moment ago. Look at that awesome ship model they have here. It's even better than the one they had in LA last year. Guys, quick elevator pitch. What do you guys here at for Imperium have here at CitizenCon this year?
Well, at CitizenCon this year, we brought another one of our 1 to 500 scale Bengals. This one is actually in the Imperium colors. It's the ISS Sovereign, which was picked as the name for our flagship by our members. And then also over here, we have 1 to 2,500 scale Bengal Krugeri Battle Group that was made by one of our members that we're going to be donating to Cloud Imperium and to Chris Roberts.
That is amazing. You guys have made some awesome stuff here. We're really happy to have you. As always, Imperium creates some awesome showcase stuff here at CitizenCon. We're going to move on. Thank you guys at Imperium so much. And we're going to move right along. Thanks, guys. Next up, we have Black Star Initiative. If you guys are interested in a private military force with weekly events, Black Star is the place to check out. Guys, again, quick elevator pitch. What is Black Star all about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
So, Black Star is all about helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles, and also doing security and protection. Over here, we have got, at our booth, we have a med gun made by someone in our community. We have got our challenge coin, which we provide to other leaders within organizations that we meet out in the Verse. Coasters and patches. So if you ever need anyone to do protection for your bases that are coming soon, look to us. No one's better.
Yes, and if you want to get good at PvP, we have daily trainings that we can provide to you. We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a civilian division if you're not that much into combat, but even they get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay group, but I think you guys can say it better. Tell us all about HubNet.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens in the verse in 2954. So not for you players, but for the players' characters. So we make a full feature-length movie like Overclocked. We make animated series like Jack of Spades, and our news report, Hubwire, is meant to report on events that are going on in the verse. And Joel can tell you a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, so if you're looking to create a project or get involved in a project, you can join our Discord, sign up as a role. You can be a voice actor, a filmmaker, whatever your talent is, we can use you. We're effectively Netflix in the verse, so come check us out at HubNet.
Awesome. Thank you guys at HubNet. Guys, this is it for me and Sam here at CitizenCon. It has been great being your guys' interstitial hosts. And Sam, do you have any final words?
Yep. No, just amazing job, guys. Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to make CitizenCon happen, you guys are amazing. So hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor, thank you guys, and it's back to you, Jared, on the stage.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Вот это сейчас про антракты, наверное, будут задвигать, да?
It's time, everybody. It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of things here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took their time to build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me. And
в чем именно разница между Starlancer Max и Starlancer Tats? Я думаю, Женек, Starlancer Tats, ты сам говоришь, это же типа как переработка руды. А Starlancer Max, как и Freelancer Max, обычный грузовик, наверное. Там же у него грузовые отсеки большие были.
So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping at the last minute. Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much,
Если позволять будет перерабатывать руду, очищать на месте, потому и дороже. А тот просто грузовик.
You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think
Пишут, что они будут в игре в 3.24.3 патче, а машинка уже сейчас готова к использованию. А какой смысл сейчас от максов билдинга, если в 3.24.3 нам строительство еще не должны завести? Или они нас удивить хотят? Я думал, раньше 4.0 не появится строительство. Они что-то от нас скрывают.
And folks are coming up to me and they're thanking me for this and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SCL, for putting this together on the stage today. I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked.
Когда мы ждем, они не дают. Когда мы не ждем, они
I
дают.
can't do any of this without you.
Козёли.
There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docu-series each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10
Я об
years.
этом ТАЦ и Макс. Это не ты только про этих двоих
строителей.
Строители у них будут вариант билд. Поэтому не пойму, в чем сила тогда ТАЦ и Макс. Пытаюсь найти инфу. Ну, ТАЦ, наверное, можно с майнерами вместе попробовать использовать. А Макс обычный грузовик будет. Там же 224 СУ, по-моему, у Макса. 2 зоны загрузки.
I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do. And for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So, thank you so much.
Хороший такой грузовик был.
I do operate a lot on a
С таким СЦУ, чтобы был корабль не сильно громоздкий. Наверное, А2 только.
Let's get to our final presentation of the night. The star is my destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Хотя А2 сильно громоздкий. Старлансер-то поменьше. Они на антракт нас отпускать сегодня будут, нет?
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way,
благодарит Криса за такую прибыльную игру. Ну, это я понял.
Okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream.
Я думаю, он там благодарил его не за прибыльную игру, а за много чего другого. За неплохое рабочее место. Давайте в вилочки пошла лапшичка. Вон, видишь, руками такой, одному на уши, второму на уши, третьему на уши, вот так вот, прям с пальцев. Это мастерство, и даже не видно. А в итоге все сидим и ждем все равно. Оправдывается за вчерашний краш игры. И за лифты грузовые, Кирилл. На стриме он прямо на тебя лапшу грузит. Да. Ну, а ТАЦ — это просто более милитарная версия по огневой мощи для самозащиты от других кораблей. Короче, эти обе версии не строители, не переработчики, а простые карговые типа как сегодня. Ясно тогда. Как обычные фрилансеры. Есть как фрилансер Дур, фрилансер Макс, фрилансер обычный. Вот фрилансер Дур — это что-то более вооруженное в сравнении с обычным фрилансером, так и со старлансерами, да?
We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. Same for. Right? I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things.
Думаю, что за херня?
The big question really is, at what point would we,
по поводу антрактов, их уже сегодня нет. Это последняя панель. Да? Значит, маленькая часть сегодня, и нас отпустят отдыхать. Может, он уже нас отпускает? Подожди, про Star Citizen 1.0 еще не было же информации вроде.
And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0.
Просто дальше будет строительная версия Starlancer Build, вроде с дронами для строительства, но это будет еще не скоро, как и само строительство. Ну да. Пусть смотреть на сломанные лифты. Сейчас самая напористая лапша про 1.0 и по койкам переваривать лапшичку. И про новый баунти не рассказали. Новый баунти — это может такого уровня инфа, которая просто так еле-еле появится и быстренько зайдет и не выйдет.
Have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list. But I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So, without further ado, Rich Tyra.
Про возврат данных вещей сказать. Самое важное, что нас волнует: лифты, вещи и баунти-хантинг.
Hello, CitizenCon.
Ты уже вчера пытался нам Сквадрон 42 показать.
And I'm the senior game director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The one means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true...
Нет more resets, это нет больше чего, вайпов или что?
It's a true
No more
persistent
resets.
universe. So if that's the one, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories.
Kickstarter.
And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today.
Да, 1.0
They were
новое
based on the
начало новых
privateer
багов.
freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest, and that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday. So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years, the gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nyx system.
В Никсе все-таки
It's
будет
another
3 мира.
unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence,
И Деламар в
and a new
Никсе
threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids.
с Левским.
Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry Line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5?
Терра. Да ладно.
Yeah.
Терра это типа наша Земля или это что-то похожее?
We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting 5. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out 2 things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby-Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers.
Вместо Star решили 5 сделать. Нет, 5 это будет Star Citizen 1.0, коммерческая версия, типа первая. И вроде никак не вместо 100. Анонсировали 80, потом говорили вроде 50. И по факту можно развивать до бесконечности. Просто первое, что грядет, это 5 звездных систем. Star Citizen не та игра, которую сделали и кинули. Ее будут развивать десятилетиями и добавлять эти звездные системы. Но продать ее уже надо в каком-то виде в ближайшие годы.
And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there. The Imperial Sports Federation.
Спортивные федерации, гоночные.
Racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate. We're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We have the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough-and-tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So Mercenary Guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the
Вот в
scales of
письме на
power
почте
in their
прочитал, в
favor.
чем разница ТАЦ и
So as you can
МАКС.
see,
МАКС — это чисто грузовой на
there's gonna be a
224 СУ,
of
а
exciting
ТАЦ —
storytelling
это
opportunities for you to
более
undertake
крепкий,
in
с более
1.0.
огневой мощью. У
But
него
one more
еще
thing.
есть ангар для
We're
Фьюрика
also going to revitalize our social behaviors
и второй мед.
to make the populations not only
Второй
feel
мед
more alive
неплохо.
and reactive
Кровать
and
третьего тира.
upstairs, but better reflect the
Две
tone
медицинские
and flavor of
кровати
the areas
третьего
that they're inhabiting.
тира. Типа
We
как
want to see
в
people
Катласе
of
Красном и
Warville slowly trudging through the streets,
в Поясе Седа и в
overburdened
Урсе.
by the ruthless contracts,
Сделали бы ему
just as
второй
much as
тир
we want
хотя
to
бы.
see the tourists of Orison
Да
gleefully
ладно.
moving from attraction to attraction.
Потому ТАЦ дороже. Медицина,
And all
походу,
of
и
this,
больше оружия.
This is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyre.
То есть в ближайшие пару лет Магнуса можно не ждать. Магнус не анонсировали. Червоточину, место для червоточины уже сделали нам в Стентоне, да? А Магнуса не увидим. Терра, Пайра, Никс, Кастро.
Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity.
Майнеры в зале. Yeah.
But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing,
Для меня медицины все
refueling,
же
and
ждем
restocking
этот, как
need to
его
have
там,
value.
Аполло, вроде чисто
If
медицинский
everything is
корабль
too
большой.
cheap and the money coming into the
Если
economy
они
is too
сделают
great,
хотя бы один
we'll have
корабль в игре с
massive
первым
inflation.
тиром кровати, то будет
And
классно.
this is
Тот
where
же Аполло,
taxes and
надеюсь.
insurance come in. Boo.
Tax and part date.
We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed.
Даже на картинке дальнем майнер, который сидит в правом лазере, без стекла один хер, так и останутся без стекла. Только он сидит там вроде без шлема в андерсьюте. Кто и где здесь лоханулся?
Level 2, chassis and component insurance. And level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance.
Заговорили про страховку, да?
Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
Понятно.
This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car. You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our two core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community.
Он Женек, Expense есть.
But let's say
Про
I
него не
really
забыли.
fancy acquiring a military
По
Mark
крайней
II
мере, есть в
Hornet.
списке.
Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft
В игре
it.
можно будет
That
зарабатывать
means I will need the
страховку.
fabrication hanger
Замечательно.
blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0. Players set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically, everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instanced content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0.
Давай, Женек, давай. Хорошая работа, все. Сильно не работает.
We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience. And I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around, And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, and at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's creative director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is.
Походу эти оборонительные системы типа щиты? Или что это? Для баз. Какая-то станция. Типа зона ПВЕ в Пайро.
Let me introduce you to player space stations.
Космическая станция.
Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations, for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the pioneer.
Это, походу, станция может быть во владении, наверное, игроком. И для строительства, может, даже в чем-то.
Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in gray box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base.
Построить эту станцию, вроде как, или что-то такое там. Это про строительство своей базы в космосе. Сперва нужна база снабжения, которую строил пионер. Ну, понятно, надо будет укрепляться на Земле, там проще укрепиться. А потом уже думать о космических станциях. Потому что здесь для поддержания всего важны поставки с Земли. Или который будет являться пионером, я не понял. Я думаю, космическая станция для человека — это второй этап после укрепления на Земле, как минимум, для игрока. Какая-то баржа.
Awesome.
Supply Bay Summary. И этим, я так понимаю, тоже может владеть человек, игрок, наверное, вот такой станции.
And the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time.
Автоматические
конструкторы,
дроны какие-то,
will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if
сперва надо нафармить много навоза, так что пошли в арк.
Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction drones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge.
Короче, в жопу пионер, я вот здесь буду главный. Все, Влад, определились. Так и быть, ты будешь главный на пионере, я буду здесь главный. Блин, надо набирать людей, Костя. Оформляй набор, а то потом все разберут, у нас не хватит людей на это все. Я тебя умоляю, Кирилл. В эту игру люди будут идти постоянно, потиху, но постоянно. С учетом того, что продажи игры проблемны сейчас для нашего как бы региона, еще нужно будет вручную каждого через себя пропускать, чтобы мог купить эту игру. А когда покупаешь кому-то игру, ты ему должен объяснить, что ты сдаешь мне еще и паспорт свой. Как минимум международный. Не дожить нам с тобой до этих баз, братец. Это для внуков. Так внуков надо научить по ушам ездить еще, как вот я это делаю, понимаешь, Влад? Чтобы идеологически пошли следом за ними. А она летать может хотя бы медленно как-то оторваться от... Нужно набрать первую, вторую космическую скорость, оторваться от этого спутника и улететь нахер. Или сливаться с кем-то в альянс. Может быть, нам как этим... Ну, как ру-комьюнити, нам проще, наверное, объединяться будет, чем пытаться что-то мутить отдельно. Я, честно говоря, даже не хочу быть каким-то супер-пуперским лидером, потому что у меня семья. Это нужно был человек такой, чтобы у него больше свободного времени было. И, в принципе, я готов просто быть каким-нибудь подпёздышем. Их цыги научат по ушам ездить. Ну, как минимум, альянс сделать никто не мешает. Может быть, корпорация небольшая, а альянс создашь, все уже как бы нормально.
All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in.
Полярис рядом с этой станцией небольшой. Хотя он там глубоко, далеко. Я, в принципе, себе рабочее место уже определил. Вон этот оранжевенький летит, Арго SRV. Если там как бы 1,5 косаря будут платить в месяц, нормально. Могу подряжаться в какую-нибудь корпорацию. Готов работать сутки через трое или 2 через 2 по 12 часов. Забирать у них людей потихоньку и устраивать диверсии. Не, альянсами нужно будет как-то удерживать дружбу по-любому, сотрудничество. Потому что все остальные страны и нации тоже будут создавать альянсы. Гораздо больше, чем у нас. Просто я не знаю, как китайцы все заполонят, как в арке Survival Evolved было. Из-за того, что их дохера. Если как-то по регионам поделить игру, чтобы не пускать в регионы, в нашем регионе, наш регион. Может так как-то, хер знает. Над каждым правителем есть совет, который все решает, так что ты будешь правителем. Зашибись, так в любом совете может быть чувак, который всех на уши поднимет, и весь совет ушлый скинет правителя. Так не пойдет. Мне проще, как правителю, всех убить и стать царем. Диктатура, все дела, авторитаризм. Нормальная работающая тема, Кирилл. Ты будешь хранителем музея в Клэшере, когда его закроют. Туристов водить будешь.
As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior.
Interior.
On the exterior, we have minor hard points. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules.
По-любому надо будет клэшер увеличивать и усложнять, или каждый будет думать, ну, убью я его и ничего, толком мне это ничего не будет. Расслабили булки по сравнению с начальным клэшером. Да, я думаю, Кирилл откалибрует все это дело, сделает его сложным. Его именно и увеличат, и что-нибудь такое сделают. Они же нам вчера в Никсе показали уже муниципальные работы какие-то, по-моему. Я так понимаю, это связано тоже с нарушением.
Hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your
station. Можно будет хаты рейдить. Берут кланы китайцев. Ну, с Растом это не сравнить, здесь все будет намного сложнее. Большое количество людей здесь должно еще создать что-то такое, что может себя защитить.
The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are
specializing in. В таких играх, как в Расте и в Арке, можно голыми жопами толпой рейдить сложные базы. Здесь так не получится. Нужно будет время всем на подготовку.
So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale.
Раньше боялись клочья, либо сбегай, либо сиди. Реальное время. Не, реальное время это дичь будет. Человек неопытный попадет в тюрьму, и сразу у него интерес пропадет к игре, если он будет там в онлайне сидеть. Ну, или камни собирать. И думали, прежде чем нарушить закон. Кирилл, мы много думаем, прежде чем нарушить закон в Star Citizen?
The more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on.
Ну, тут бункера с 3 пушками размером с фрилансер. Ну, можно будет достраивать эту станцию. То есть, если у тебя есть центр, ты начинаешь в разные стороны расстраивать все остальные модули. Выключил и пошел играть, и пошел спать, как бы не совсем комфортно, тоже геймплей-то свой потерял. Ты можешь и с утра попасть в тюрьму, и спать уже не пойдешь. Пойдешь в Apex играть. Пока пацаны будут фармить в Star Citizen. От тебя я в тетрадку запишу, пока ты в Apex играешь. Не-не, красара, вальтурки.
All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos.
Можно будет надписи оставлять согласно корпоративным или что это? Homemade Station. Я уже знаю, кто будет у нас с баллончиком лазить в скафандре. Кирилл, уже работенку тебе подсуетил я, короче. Станцию будешь красить. Четко сказать, когда это все будет. Я думаю, в течение 2 лет должны мы многое чего из этого получить. Надеюсь. Ой, да не надо, я в классере сидел за 10 лет раз 5. Поэтому будешь станцию красить, писать всякие надписи. Хотя по-нормальному-то вы, получается, одни из первых, кто пришли в Discord и в корпорацию. Вы, получается, дедовщиной будете заниматься с теми, кто придет после. Одобряю. Шутка. Обидно будет, когда это все развалят. Вот эта комната обзора хорошая. F7A МК2 пошел.
All right. So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck
Окей, я разукрашу, но потом жалобы не принимаются. Я уже понял, что там будет. Бибы будут нарисованы и все остальное, да?
It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now,
один нашел комьюнити займет 1-2 сервера. Ну, посмотрим, сколько у них будет людей в мирах в будущем. Первая итерация сервер-мешинга, если они 1000-2000 сделают, то значит это, ну, работает. И дальше просто будут делать то же самое, только добавлять больше железок, покупать, больше оборудования ставить и соединять это все. Это можно до бесконечности тогда будет увеличивать количество людей. Но всех в один мир это точно херовая тема, потому что азиатов больше намного. Хотя на данный момент игра по своей популярности процентов 90 аудитории или 80 это Европа, Америка.
All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bid that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable.
Негодники пираты, все на дрейках и на эклипсе одном. Энвил. Абордажники. Сколько раз видел, как красиво показывают, как должны отрабатывать игроки, но на самом деле ты пофиг, так припаркуюсь или пофиг, Что он там показывает, я сделаю так. Нет РП, грубо говоря. Да. Ну, как бы на своих станциях, на своих базах ты будешь... Должны быть люди, которые должны объяснять другим игрокам, что порядок — это главное. Контроль и порядок. Если кто-то будет херней страдать,
So not only is your
извините, до свидания.
station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a
Игра такого
defensive
уровня,
focus.
что здесь без порядка и без контроля
exterior of the station
не получится.
itself
По
can take
беспределу
quite a
херней
beating.
страдать.
It's going to be very hard to damage.
Здесь
So
нужно
the
быть
goal of
организованно все
attackers
делать.
instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside,
Чувак бежит от танка.
once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors, which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements.
Нужно тогда точная команда, а не точное понимание людей, что они должны сделать, типа как в армии, ну почти как в армии. Там тоже бывают беспорядки. Не, ну как в армии, там вот, это немножко не то. В арке я много как бы играл, были организации, то есть трайбы. Чаще всего все люди все делали хорошо и переживали за свой трайб. То есть особо не сильно-то и напрягались в организации. То, как в армии, она утомлять будет большинство игроков. Излишняя команда нафиг не надо. И в голосе не должно быть балагана. Но это можно поделить голосовые команды по разным специализациям, когда в этом будет смысл. Сейчас делай в игре что хочешь, как хочешь, раком, боком, все пофиг.
I'll just watch the end of the show. That's great. I want to see the reaction.
Это кракен там или что стоит? Нихера себе на нем бункера стоят с пушками. Да не, это что-то другое, да? Бенгал. Это же бенгал, а не кракен. Точно, точно. Бенгал. Будет как в арке, китайцы с базами. Да, мы это уже обсуждали. Не, про то, когда будут такие организации, сейчас-то пофиг. Сейчас мы наслаждаемся игрой, даже со сломанными лифтами. Да.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system.
Шестая система? Или что он сказал?
But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making.
Или попутал.
And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts?
Все,
No?
конец.
No?
Не Крис Робертс.
Jared.
Джаред идет.
Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
I have it on my thing on there. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know. You don't need this, right?
Well, then they're going to scroll it. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian. I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community.
Он сказал, типа, я, конечно, мог бы еще 10 часов рассказывать про все это, но создадим свою звезду смерти. Когда наша станция, на которую мы потратим 3 месяца на крафт, бахнет, образуется сингулярность, Кирилл, и она бахнет, все вокруг бахнет. И наши усилия тоже, и труды.
And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great, and we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see, oh, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing. Now we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering in the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and Pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is. And that's all down to you guys.
А если Крис выпустит 4.0 до конца года, Влад, что будешь говорить? Я вот пока ничего не буду говорить. И вот я сейчас сижу и думаю, моя жизнь короткая какая-то, чтобы дожить до этого всего. Да как грустненько-то стало. Да нормально. Доживешь. Не факт, что к тому времени ты сможешь пользоваться мышкой и клавой. Главное, береги пальцы, где бы ты ни работал. Буду говорить, а лифты-то на свалках с какого хера опять не работают. Заразная тема, вот у тебя, вот Кирилл начал, и все, Влад попер.
A heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much.
Все, всем пока. Да? Или какую-то еще заставку нам покажете.
And, you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you, and we'll see you in the verse.
Все. Вторая часть у нас коротенькая была, 4 часа. Хоть какое-то постоянство будет. Ну да, если лифты не будут работать постоянно это будет постоянство, да. У всех ни хрена не будет, все будут бомжами без лифтов, и это будет постоянно. Не надо, в принципе, заниматься разработкой игры. Go Wark за навозом. Варк за навозом ты хочешь. Все, ребят. Прошла у нас CitizenConщина вся. Второго дня. Все, на сегодня будем заканчивать. Да, будем отдыхать сегодня. Уже завтра какой-нибудь стрим замутим. Может, какой-то фикс нормально выйдет, все дела. Вот, а на сегодня уже будем заканчивать. Всем спасибо, ребятки, за поддержку. Что были, кто были. Вот, спасибо Кириллу за мемчики. Вот, спасибо за труд и геморрой за такое долгое посидение. Но сегодня полегче было, полегче. Вот. Как-то так. Можно было бы, конечно, стрим какой-то, может, продолжить или позже, но не знаю. Наверное, на сегодня уже лучше отдыхать будем. Вот. Все, еще раз спасибо всем, ребят. Ждем исполнения мечты сказочной. Фантазер, ты меня называла. Ждем стрим реталиатора. Так а что в нем? То же самое, что и было. Только что модули можно теперь поставить за игровые. Ничего не изменилось-то, по сути. Посмотрим. Реталиатор есть. Модули купим. Можно будет, в принципе, потестить реталиатор. С модулями он совсем другой темой будет, даже для соло-игрока. Ладно, все, ребят. Еще раз всем спасибо. Пока-пока.